Secretary Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. God of might and mercy, thank you for providing our lawmakers with opportunities for courageous and noble service. On this third day of the government shutdown, inspire them to work for your glory in all they think, say, and do. Lord, take their minds and illuminate them with the light of your divine presence. Equip our senators for their task, that they may be physically fit, mentally alert, and spiritually strong. Create in them the life of purity, honesty, and altruism that contributes to the solution of the problems they face. May they work with perseverance and magnanimity for the new and better day toward which your divine intentions guide them. We pray in your omnipotent name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of S-Res 412, which the clerk will report.
Executive calendar number 2, S-Res 412, executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
for the third day, we heard in opening prayer the chaplain praying that government would open up and we in Congress would find a solution to keep government open. That'll help the 750,000 executive branch employees that are on furlough without pay. That'll help the congressional staff that's working without pay. Help the economy. It's something we should be doing. You've heard me say several times of how ridiculous it is to shut the government down because it costs money to shut the government down, it costs money to open the government up. Government's supposed to be a service to the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning properly. So again, for the third time this week, I want to talk about the agricultural situation. This week, I've been talking much about the dire situation in real America, where corn farmers are facing the worst corn to fertilizer ratios in American history. Now, you may not have heard about those ratios. Probably that's something that's been developed within the last 2 decades, but it puts the input cost of farmers to grow a crop against the price that they receive for that crop. And it's the worst ever. And I mentioned the real America because we that are serving here in Washington, D.C., work in an island surrounded by reality. And I want to make sure that the entire country knows what's going on in flyover country. Last Congress, that'd be in December last year, passed a $10 billion in ad hoc appropriations for crop farmers to weather the economic storm. While this helped some farmers get through one more year, the economic situation on the family farm has only gotten worse. Any farmer will tell you that they want to sell into the market and not harvest government checks. Although those checks may be necessary again this year, we need to address the root cause of this issue by giving farmers more markets. So one very important decision that Congress can make is to have permanent year-round nationwide E15, and that would do just that, giving farmers more markets, particularly for corn. Now, people would say, well, you better wake up because you've had nationwide year-round markets for 6 years through presidential waiver. But we need to have this by legislation because we need more certainty than what an individual president might think about this issue. And you need that certainty because it's going to take a lot of investment of infrastructure at retailers selling gasoline to invest in the equipment that it takes to have E15 nationwide. Some retailers are already doing that, but not enough to have all the sales from E15 that we could have. Now, according to research, E15 would add $25.8 billion to the U.S. economy, and $13.8 billion would be from corn demand. Of course, ethanol production helps keep good jobs in rural communities. 43,000 jobs in Iowa alone. Not only would it create markets for farmers, but Congress could pass year-round E15 and actually save $3 to $4 billion for the American taxpayer. This is a win-win for the real America, and it'd be a real win for where we work here in Washington, D.C., that island surrounded by reality. Any legislation with ad hoc payments to farmers should include allowing year-round nationwide E15, bring certainty to the market, get that investment in infrastructure that's so very, very important to get the most massive benefits out of E15 year-round. These ad hoc payments are nothing but a Band-Aid. We've got to stop what's causing the bleeding. I yield the floor and suggest the evidence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been 2 weeks since our first vote on a clean continuing resolution to keep the government open. The shutdown could have been avoided well before it began. But because Democrats have not budged from their partisan demands, the shutdown is now entering its third day. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot that we could be doing right now. We could be considering bipartisan appropriations bills through regular order, going to conference on the 3 appropriations bills we passed in August, or passing the bipartisan annual defense bill. But instead, we're stuck in a shutdown mess of Democrats' making. And the American people are suffering as a result. Mr. President, Republicans remain united around a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. It's passed the House of Representatives, and it's currently sitting right here in the Senate, ready to be voted on. It has no new Republican policies, no partisan policy riders. It's straightforward, simple, and clean. All it does is reopen the government through November the 21st to give us more time to pass appropriations bills here on the floor. We have a number of bipartisan bills waiting for floor consideration right now. The only thing standing in the way of reopening the government and getting back to doing the important work is Democrats' $1.5 trillion in partisan spending demands. That's right, $1.5 trillion. Their partisan proposal demands more money, think about this, more money than our entire defense budget just to keep the government open for 4 weeks. That's not a credible proposal. It's a far-left wish list. And it's not how we're going to do things around here. Mr. President, we can end this shutdown in just a few hours. We need to take one roll call vote, just one roll call vote on the House-passed clean continuing resolution. The President of the United States says that he's ready to sign it. We just need a handful of Democrats to agree. Now, once we get the government back open, then we can talk about the issues that Democrats are raising. But we can't do that while they're holding the federal government hostage to their partisan demands. Mr. President, whatever Democrats are saying publicly, I think privately they are all well aware of the problems with their current position. The senior senator from Massachusetts has said, and I quote, "Hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in the courts," end quote. The Democrat leader called shutdowns, and I quote, "a politics of idiocy, of confrontation, of paralysis," end quote. Mr. President, this shutdown needs to end sooner rather than later. And there's only one way out of it. Democrats need to vote for the clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution sitting right there. All it takes is one roll call vote. The government's back open. And Mr. President, we need to get this government back open, which we can do very, very quickly. And then we can talk about whatever we need to talk about. Just a few years ago, the Democrat leader had this to say, and I quote again, "We're allowed to come here and disagree over policy. In fact, our system of government was designed to allow for progress, despite our large and sometimes raucous differences. But when one side throws a temper tantrum and uses the basic functioning of our government as leverage in a policy argument, our system of government breaks down," end quote. Well, Mr. President, let's hope the Democrat leader decides to heed his own words and the Democrats' temper tantrum ends sooner rather than later. Mr. President, later today, a couple hours, Democrats will have another opportunity to vote for the clean continuing resolution. And we'll see if they're still committed to their shutdown politics. Republicans remain ready to reopen the government and to get back to doing the American people's business. How much longer this shutdown lasts depends entirely on Democrats. The choice is theirs. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Mr. President,
The Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, it's day 3 of the Trump shutdown, and the government remains closed because Donald Trump and Republicans insist on raising Americans' health care premiums and kicking millions off their insurance. Sending premiums skyrocketing, as Republicans insist, is fundamentally unsustainable. The American people overwhelmingly support affordable health care. 70% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, according to a poll released yesterday by the Washington Post. And another poll by KFF yesterday found that nearly 80% support an extension. Guess what? Even a majority of Trump supporters support an extension. Even a majority of Trump supporters, by nearly 60%, support an extension. You don't need the polls. Just go into a barbershop. Just go into a diner. Just go into a supermarket and ask people. People are learning about this issue, and they're aghast that their premiums could go up so much. They're aghast that our Republican colleagues don't even want to fix it when it affects so many tens of millions of people, and the amount that it goes up is so high, so high. It's not difficult. We know Americans want this, and we know many of my Republican colleagues want this as well. But failure to act would be devastating. And Republicans know it. Even Donald Trump knows it. He talked about it a little bit with us in the White House when we went a few days back. If we don't act now, then at least 22 million people will see their health care premiums double on average. But for many people, it's even worse than that. If these ACA premium tax credits aren't extended, the average 55-year-old couple making $85,000 a year would see their premiums not just double, but triple. $25,000 a year. How is a senior citizen, even one that has a little bit of savings and a little bit of a cushion, afford $25,000 a year? So that is all Democrats want to fix. We are on the side of the people. People know it and want it and need it. It's not complicated. Americans want it. Republican voters want it. Democrats remain ready and willing to work with the other side. We're ready to work on a path forward to lower health care costs for the American people and fund the federal government. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Democratic Whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We're not.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I'm sure that you can agree, having been involved in public service for a large part of your life, that sometimes it takes a long time to make an idea a reality. That's happened many times to me in my public career and certainly in my home state. In 1969, 56 years ago, former Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley proposed extending the red line of the Chicago Transit Authority. And yet, still to this day, residents of the far south side of Chicago don't have that transit option, at least not as they should. And transportation can make or break not only employment, but attending school, even making it to a doctor's appointment. For decades, residents of the far south side view this extension as just politicians talking. That changed this past January when the Federal Transit Administration officially obligated $1.9 billion in federal funding for this crucial extension. After waiting over 50 years, it was finally going to be a reality. This project will expand transit access to 100,000 people. It will be an economic boost for the city and create tens of thousands of jobs for working families. However, guess what? Today, a news flash from the Trump administration. We received news that the OMB director, Russell Vought, and the U.S. Department of Transportation have decided to illegally freeze $2 billion in grants for Chicago, including the obligated grant for the extension, and risk decades of worth of effort. This is in addition to the $7.5 billion in Department of Energy grants Director Vought canceled yesterday, including 33 projects totaling almost $700 million in Illinois. So why would this administration decide to target thousands of working families when it comes to their electric bills and when it comes to transportation? Because President Donald Trump wants to punish states like Illinois and the people who live there because they didn't vote for him in the last election. This is petty, it's unfair, it's wrong. These vindictive actions will cost Illinoisans jobs. Many of them will lose their employment, and it's going to raise the cost of electricity across the country. Freezing funds for these projects is a blatant abuse of power by a president and an administration that would rather settle petty personal scores than actually help people. OMB should immediately release any freeze on these funds, and I'll do everything I can with Senator Duckworth to hold this administration accountable for its decisions, which continue to hurt working families. Mr. President, on a separate subject, the upcoming vote on more than 100 nominees is actually what I feared would happen when Senate Republicans violated Senate rules to fast-track nominees. This has opened the door to rushing through more extreme nominees who have one qualification for office. They are blindly loyal to President Trump. That extends to a man named Stanley Woodward, the nominee to be the #3 official at the Department of Justice. Let me make this clear. Mr. Woodward is not even close to qualified. He has never worked at the Justice Department before this administration. What he has done is show his loyalty to Donald Trump by representing Trump associates for their roles in thwarting investigations into the president. As Associate Attorney General, Mr. Woodward would oversee some of DOJ's most critical programs, including the Office of Justice Programs and the Civil Rights Division. As a senior advisor to Attorney General Bondi, Mr. Woodward has already been involved in gutting these offices. The Trump administration has terminated hundreds of millions of dollars in grants administered by the Office of Justice Programs that support state and local law enforcement. The Trump administration also has gutted Civil Rights Division, which is known for years as the crown jewel of the Justice Department. About 70% of the division's attorneys have been forced out, 70%, and many remaining staff have been diverted away from crucial efforts to protect the civil rights of all Americans so long as they sign up for the mass deportation program of the president. Mr. Woodward also overruled antitrust officials to personally negotiate a settlement with lobbyists in DOJ's challenge to Hewlett-Packard's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks. The acquisition resulted in two firms controlling more than 70% of the wireless network market, a market duopoly. Trump administration political appointees in the antitrust division who objected to this settlement, what happened to them? They were forced out of office. One of them said the settlement, quote, corrupt lobbyists with no relevant expertise are perverting actual law enforcement through money, power, relationships, and influence. Stanley Woodward perverted justice and acted inconsistent with the rule of law in this deal. I asked Attorney General Bondi about Mr. Woodward's involvement in the scandal. Crickets, no response, nothing to say. It is wrong to fast-track unqualified and unfit nominees whose only goal is to advance a political agenda at the expense of the American people. Previous Associate Attorney General nominees have received roll call votes on the floor of the Senate and the committee, of course. Take President Biden's nominee for this position, Vanita Gupta. In 2021, Republicans tried to filibuster her nomination in committee and then tried to shut down the committee business before we voted. On the floor, Republicans forced extra procedural votes to slow down her confirmation. Despite my frustration at the time with Republican colleagues for obstructing a highly qualified and experienced nominee to serve as Associate Attorney General, I never sought to short-circuit the constitutional responsibility of members of the Senate of advice and consent. Now, when the shoe is on the other foot, Republicans are intent on taking away yet another core duty of the Senate in deference to President Trump. I hope they remember this moment when they resume their minority positions in the future. I urge my colleagues to vote no on these nominations, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're now in the third day of this government shutdown, and once again, our Democrat colleagues are going to have the opportunity to vote for a clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution that would open the government and allow us to continue working on the appropriations process. Just to kind of give a little perspective on that, here are the statistics showing all of the Biden-era clean CRs that were passed. 13 of them. 13 of them during the Biden administration, and 96% of the Democrats voted for them. Now they can't vote for a clean resolution. How do you explain that? Unfortunately, Democrat leadership is demanding more than $1 trillion in new spending just to keep the government open. So instead of voting for this clean CR, they want more than $1 trillion in new spending in a CR that, I mean, the CR has no Republican priorities in it. It's just a clean CR. So how is it we're supposed to put trillions of dollars of Democrat priorities in a CR that goes till November 21? That's what Leader Schumer has said.
And that's exactly why this is the Schumer shutdown. They've taken our government hostage with a list of demands that's really quite astonishing. They want funding for health care for illegal immigrants. They want more subsidies for pandemic-era health insurance, all while actually repealing a $50 billion health care fund for rural hospitals that was put in the One Big Beautiful Bill. How does that make sense? In the meantime, vital programs that support hardworking American families have either been shuttered or are very nearly out of money. Let's end this Schumer shutdown and pass a clean short-term CR, the same kind of clean CR, mind you, that, as I said, 96% of Democrats voted for to support 13 times during the Biden administration, and that's what this shows. Let's pass this clean CR and get back to work and move our appropriations bills through regular order. That's how we're supposed to do it, through regular order. Already, we've made progress in this Congress doing just that. The Appropriations Committee has passed 8 of the 12 appropriations bills on a bipartisan basis. Matter of fact, we just approved, not too long ago, 3 of them. One of them was my ag appropriations bill by big bipartisan majorities here on the floor in the Senate. Compare that to the last Congress when Leader Schumer refused to allow us to bring any of the appropriation bills to the floor. In fact, nearly a month ago now, the House requested a formal conference on the 3 bills that I just referenced that we've passed across the floor with large bipartisan majorities. And we are ready to go to conference with them and finish our work on those appropriations bills through regular order, as I just said. And our majority leader has said very clearly that he is ready to bring defense appropriations and the labor health bill, which would actually get us up north of 75, maybe even 80% of the appropriation process finished. And he's ready to bring those 2 bills to the floor as soon as we're open and operating. Mr. President, we need to reopen the government to return to our bipartisan appropriations work and get back to conducting the business of the American people. Another good example is the work we're doing for our ag producers, and I know, Mr. President, you know about that very well. Every American depends every single day on the high-quality, low-cost food supply that our farmers and ranchers provide. At the same time, our farmers and ranchers depend on access to markets to ensure that they get good prices for the high-quality crops that they produce. This is particularly true, for example, for soybean farmers in my state of North Dakota, where we export nearly 90% of what we grow, a lot of that going to markets like China. With harvest season underway, the Trump administration continues to fight for better markets for our farmers and ranchers. But in the meantime, our producers need a bridge to stronger markets and the updated farm safety net, which we included as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Due to China's efforts to reduce commodity prices and push up the cost of production, our farmers are having a hard time right now, as you well know. As the administration works to secure better trade deals with our nation, it's critical that we don't allow China to use our farmers as a pressure point in those negotiations. That's why I've been working, along with others, with this administration on emergency assistance to bridge that gap while we seek better trade agreements and more export sales for our farmers. Along with Senate Ag Committee Chairman Senator Bozeman, we've done a lot of work, and we're ready to go when the President and the Secretary decide it's time to move forward with a plan that will help bridge that gap and keep our producers afloat. Doing so will give the administration trade team needed leverage in these negotiations with China. U.S. producers deserve to be treated fairly in the global marketplace, not to be used as a tool by China in their negotiations on fair trade, which we demand. The administration's efforts are all about securing better trade terms that not only reduce foreign tariffs, but eliminate the non-tariff trade barriers that other countries use to lock out American farmers and ranchers. And by acting now and providing assistance to our producers, during these negotiations, we will send a very strong signal to China that their tactics will not work. That's how we secure better market access for our producers for the long term. And that is exactly what President Trump did in his first term in the negotiations with China. And we worked with him on the market facilitation program to keep our farmers in the game. And the result was that President Trump secured a $50 billion agreement from China to purchase our ag commodities. And that's what we're working to do again. So let's get this government back open so we can continue that hard work. And you know, Mr. President, that's just one example of the work that needs to get done for the American people. So, again, we're going to have a vote here in a little bit. And once again, I ask that our Democrat colleagues join with us and vote to get this government open. It is a clean, short-term resolution so that we can do the work of the American people. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are 3 days into a government shutdown, and we are in the middle of a health care crisis entirely of Republicans' making. And a new poll shows nearly 80% of Americans, that is 4 in 5, want Republicans to work with us to stop their premiums from doubling. So what is the holdup? After all, as we speak, health plans are in the middle of locking in massive rate increases, and those notices will be in the mail any day now. These are two serious issues facing our country, and yet Trump and Republican leaders are refusing to take any of them seriously. On health care, they've decided to shut down the government rather than work with us, and they've decided they would rather make up lies about illegal immigrants than talk about the actual issue at stake, the reality that Republicans are letting premiums more than double. Newsflash, Republican areas are actually going to face some of the biggest price jumps if they refuse to save health care. Small businesses are going to take a hit, not to mention farmers. 1/4 of our farmers are covered on the ACA exchanges, so this health care crisis is a big concern for them. Millions of families across the country are about to see their monthly health care costs jump by hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And the Republicans' plan here seems to be, I hope no one notices. That is out of touch. Maybe a couple $1,000s here and there seems like no big deal when you take your marching orders from billionaires like Donald Trump. But if Republicans talk to everyday families and fewer rich billionaires, they would understand the health care crisis Republicans are ignoring is going to devastate folks back home. Millions of people are going to be priced out of their insurance. They will skip their basic health care. They will skimp on their medication. They will miss out on life-saving treatments. It is no exaggeration to say people will die. There is no avoiding that reality, though Republicans seem determined to try. And on the shutdown, Trump and Republican leadership are not taking this seriously. President Trump has made clear he doesn't see this shutdown as a problem to solve. He sees a shutdown as an opportunity to hurt people. He sees a shutdown as an opening to make good on even more of the awful promises of Project 2025. Trump sees a shutdown as an excuse to harm whoever he wants and do whatever he wants, even and maybe especially if it hurts folks back home. The Trump administration actually isn't even trying to hide that fact. They're targeting their cuts at blue states. They're talking about canceling Democratic priorities, and they are threatening our constituents if we do not bend the knee. No one can believe President Trump is serious about ending this shutdown when he is more focused on tweeting out fake sombrero pictures and showing Russ Vought as the Grim Reaper than he is on working on a deal. No one can believe President Trump seriously cares whether he is hurting everyday Americans when the only thing he is focused on is taking the opportunity to punish the American people with cruel cuts and cruel firings, which don't just hurt Democrats, they hurt his own voters as well. And I should mention, no one can believe Republican leadership is serious about ending the shutdown either when Senate Republicans are holding the same vote over and over while refusing to start serious negotiations. And by the way, House Republicans are not even here in town. And instead of talking about addressing health care, they're saying just wait or later. Democrats have been waiting. We've been trying to save the health care tax credits for months. We cannot wait any longer. Later is too late. The irony of Republicans telling us to wait on health care is as rich as the people they shoveled tax breaks on earlier this year. Because let's not forget, earlier this year, Republicans chose to spend a lot of time here and a lot of effort extending the tax cuts for wealthy CEOs. Those tax cuts were set to expire at the end of this year, just like the ACA tax credits we are talking about now. What did Republicans do? Did they tell the billionaires to wait? No. Republicans moved heaven and earth to save the tax cuts for those billionaires. But now they won't move a muscle to save families from skyrocketing health care costs. Republican leaders can't be bothered. When billionaires have a tax cut expiring at the end of the year, it is all hands on deck for Republican leadership, even if it means throwing working families overboard with $1 trillion in health cuts families will need to cover out of their own pocket or go without coverage. But when health care is on the brink, when health premiums are being locked in right now, and when they are going to double for our families, Republicans are nowhere to be found. And I mean that literally. House Republicans have not been here all week. They are missing in action. They should be rushing back to work on a solution. But Republican leaders seem to be moving in the opposite direction, forcing a vote on the same failed partisan bill for the fourth time. Mr. President, we're at the table. We want to be here. We want to find a solution. We want to reopen the government. We want to prevent families' costs from skyrocketing. I hope Republicans decide that they're ready to join us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, earlier this week, I stood here and issued a very clear warning. Vital cybersecurity protections that have safeguarded our economy, our infrastructure, and our government for over a decade have now expired. For the past 10 years, these safeguards defended against increasingly aggressive and sophisticated cybersecurity attacks. Without them, there is no question our nation is at greater risk of a major cybersecurity breach than ever before. Mr. President, we didn't have to reach this point. Back in April, Senator Rounds and I introduced a clean, bipartisan 10-year extension of these critical, absolutely critical security authorities. The Trump administration fully supports this effort. They fully support a 10-year extension. Businesses and stakeholders across industries who count on this law want to see a clean 10-year extension. Over the past few months, we have heard from more than 100 of them, urging us to pass legislation that will give them the long-term certainty of these protections. And that's a key point. Long-term certainty for these protections so that they can defend their systems and protect their customers. Every single day we delay reauthorizing this law, we leave our hospitals, our power grids, our financial systems, and more increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks. We must pass this legislation without delay to restore these vital defenses and protect our nation. So I urge my colleagues to immediately address this serious national security risk and pass this clean, long-term extension today. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 1377, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
The senator from Kentucky.
it's good to see that fake outrage is alive and well in the Senate. We've got Democrats coming to the floor worried about the government being shut down, although they're the ones that have shut the government down. Ironically, every Democrat in this body voted for the exact same spending levels that are in this continuing resolution. Last December, these Biden spending levels were put forward by Democrats. Now you have every Democrat that voted for the spending levels now voting against without any rhyme or reason or explanation. So really, to come to the floor and complain about the government shutting down a program when the senator has every ability to vote in a few minutes to open the government back up is quite fake outrage. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President. Let's be really clear. This has absolutely nothing to do with annual appropriations whatsoever. Doesn't have to do with the shutdown. This is a law that expired at the end of the fiscal year to protect our cybersecurity across the country. It's about restoring a law that's been in place for 10 years. It's not about the appropriations process. This is simply about national security. So to use that as an excuse and to put our country at risk is simply unconscionable, given the broad, bipartisan, bicameral support you have in the Senate and in the House, and including the strong support from the Trump administration. This is simply irresponsible, and I think you'll find is basically one person standing in the way of providing critical protection for cybersecurity for the entire country. That's not the way this process is supposed to work, and I would hope folks would come to their senses and we can provide this essential protection before it's too late.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Donald Trump is sending $20 billion not to Americans, to Argentina. Donald Trump is sending $20 billion to Argentina to bail out their economy, and he wants to spend $50 billion to clean up the mess that he made by starting a trade war that crushed American soybean producers. And let's be clear about what happened. It's not that that market is temporarily suspended. That market, in some cases, is gone. And during this period of time of $20 billion for the country of Argentina and $50 billion for a tariff bailout, Americans are paying more for absolutely everything. Healthcare premiums for tens of millions of people are going to go up by a lot. Not 10%, not 20%, not 50%, 114%. 24 million Americans, 114%. Now, the bailout for Argentina is particularly absurd. Argentina is not a key security or economic partner. It is an economy that is in such dire shape that there's no guarantee that we will ever get our money back. It is a terrible investment any way you look at it, under any circumstances, but certainly in the context of Americans seeing their health care premiums increase by 114% right now. You then have a separate bailout for American soybean producers totaling close to $50 billion. And why? Because of the tariffs. Because in one fell swoop, they wiped out half of the export market for American soybeans in China. And there's no way you can plug that gap. You can't come up with, like, I don't know what it would be, 112 individual deals to kind of add up to the market buying power of the PRC. When you lose a buyer that also happens to be the biggest country of the world, you don't have a lot of options. At best, it's going to take you months or years to cut dozens of smaller deals, and it's not going to add up. So just to recap, Trump is at the exact same time incinerating $70 billion of taxpayer money, but what's the one thing that there's not enough money for? You. There's not enough money for you. There's enough money for a $50 billion tariff bailout. There's enough money for Argentina, but there's not enough money for you. They don't have enough money to help a family of four that's going to have to pay $300 more per month to keep their health care plan. They have the money to cover for Trump's economic incompetence, but apparently they don't have the money to prevent a small business owner or a taxi driver or an early retiree from losing their health care. This is not complicated at all. Donald Trump's economy is already hard as it is because of his choices to create shortages of electricity, of lumber, of food, of health care. Electricity prices are going up at twice the rate of inflation. Vegetables are up nearly 40%. Grocery prices are at their highest in 3 years. And now people are supposed to find hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to spare every single month or give up their health care coverage and hope they don't get sick. We could end this shutdown right now if Republicans sat down and worked with us to protect people's health care. By the way, the people who are being particularly hurt by these health care premium increases live in Republican states. Now, that shouldn't matter, but we are in politics. And just understand, we're standing here fighting for your constituents. If we were a little more cynical, we would let you stew in the most unpopular major legislation that has been passed in generations. But we want to solve this problem for not just the 24 million people on the so-called exchange, but for everybody who's about to see their premiums spike. Let's sit down and fix this. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Kentucky.
Mr. President, my position on government shutdowns is pretty well known. There's absolutely nothing to gain in taking basic government functions hostage for 11th hour partisan demands. And I hope our Democratic colleagues will relearn that lesson in short order. Because the American people have plenty to lose from freezing important functions of the federal government. Here in the Senate, Democrats shut down. It's taking time we ought to be spending on important, outstanding business, beginning with our obligation to provide for the common defense. In particular, our work to deliver full-year defense appropriations is not finished. So I'd like to talk briefly about what must come next after interim government funding is extended and what's at stake for our national security. The U.S. military is not immune from the disruptive short-term consequences of a government shutdown. But the long-term consequences of going without robust full-year defense appropriations are far, far graver. I offered this warning in the spring when, for the first time, Washington told America's men and women in uniform to conduct today's operations and prepare for tomorrow's threats using yesterday's dollars. We put the national defense on a full-year continuing resolution and forced the military services to function for another year on the anemic defense budget signed into law by President Biden. A full-year CR is the enemy of readiness, modernization, and efficiency. The armed services want to make their budgets simpler, more efficient, and more flexible by consolidating budget lines. But they can't do that under a full-year CR. Punting new appropriations directly contradicts the Pentagon's stated goal of building a resilient, surge-ready munitions enterprise. The prohibitions on new program starts under a CR effectively put high priority on service modernization efforts literally on ice. The administration says it wants flexible and efficient investments. Well, Mr. President, there's nothing flexible, efficient, resilient, or lethal about running the national defense enterprise on a full-year CR. Nor will a CR send the consistent signal industry and investors need to pour private capital into the long overdue expansion of our defense industrial base. If you want to increase our nation's capacity to produce munitions more quickly and in larger volumes, full-year CRs just might be the worst way to go about it. I don't mean to sound overly alarmed. God willing, the House-passed short-term funding extension will give Congress enough time to deliver full-year appropriations and release our military from the constraints of the Biden fiscal year 24 budget. But I want our colleagues to understand what's at stake this fall. The President has set some ambitious, important, and overdue priorities for America's national security. And none of them come cheap. Golden Dome for America, an America shipbuilding renaissance, sixth-generation stealth fighter aircraft, the long overdue modernization of our nuclear force. Reconciliation isn't enough to support these major efforts, and neither is a perpetual freeze at the Biden fiscal 24 level. Reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, reestablishing deterrence, these are priorities we hear about all the time from the President's advisors. I certainly have no problem with rowing in that direction. I'm all for high standards of physical fitness, But push-ups alone aren't going to stop Chinese hypersonic missiles. The next major conflict will likely be a test of lethality at very long distances. That's why I've spent years urging successive administrations to rebuild our global power projection and long-range fires. It's why I criticized the Biden administration for talking about China as the pacing threat, but turning in defense budget requests that didn't even keep pace with inflation. The administration cannot afford to make this same mistake. So this week, I was encouraged to hear Secretary Hegseth proclaim a Trump buildup in the mold of the Reagan buildup that helped end the Cold War. For the record, my fellow defense appropriators and I have been ready to deliver such a buildup since day one. And our bipartisan bill speaks for itself, putting money where our mouth is. But here's the rub. We can only make it happen if the administration moves from words to action. And an important step in that process is the National Defense Strategy. Historically, the National Defense Strategy is what administrations use to define threats, identify objectives, and propose coherent plans for aligning resources to actually meet them. But this time around, the stakes are a lot higher. A short-sighted NDS that doesn't align with the President's vision of American greatness and peace through strength could wind up as the pretext to extend Biden-era constraints on our military indefinitely. Unfortunately, early reports suggest that this risk may be real and that the NDS may turn out eerily similar to the rhetoric of Obama-era officials who viewed their remit as managing America's decline amid a transition to a multipolar world. If the NDS ignores the importance of maintaining American primacy, fails to account for the global nature of competition with China, or discounts the value of supporting and integrating allies and partners, it would risk further sabotaging the President's efforts to restore peace through strength. So I'll be interested to read how the Department is applying the lessons and dividends of security cooperation with allies and partners to looming challenges, how it plans to address critical munitions shortages, even as its fiscal 26 request and reconciliation investment fails to maximize existing production capacity, and how it accounts for the increased likelihood of simultaneous conflict in multiple theaters. If the administration means what it says about restoring deterrence, it would recognize how plans to reduce security cooperation with frontline NATO allies invite more brazen Russian incursions into the alliance's territory and airspace. It would recognize how China is watching closely for signs of weakening American commitments to European allies, to Ukraine, or to AUKUS partners. Of course, responsible senior officials who understand the dividends of security cooperation would not have tried to end run around the President to freeze assistance to Ukraine. They certainly would have appreciated that cutting off intelligence sharing to the world's foremost experts in drone warfare might make it harder for the U.S. military to achieve drone dominance. On that count, I was encouraged earlier this week that the President himself greenlit an expansion of the intelligence cooperation that members of his administration had actually wanted to end. As our colleagues will recall, the President observed last month that Ukraine can win. The President said Ukraine can win. And unlike some of his advisors, the American people are indicating in clear majorities that they think we ought to help. By one recent poll, more than 6 in 10 Americans support sending more arms and military supplies to help Ukraine win. That includes, listen to this, a clear majority of Republicans support helping Ukraine. And the recent voting history of the House of Representatives indicates that poll isn't a fluke. Last month, House Republicans voted overwhelmingly to reject an amendment to the NDAA that would have barred further assistance to Ukraine. So listen to this. 72% of House Republicans, including House leadership, said continuing to arm Ukraine's defense was a good idea. So the public is behind it. Republicans in Congress are behind it. We know it's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the President knows that money talks. He understands that valuable things are expensive. What's true in property development is also true in military procurement. There's no way around it. Take Golden Dome, for example. Building anything close to a continental missile defense shield will, by reasonable estimates, cost several times more than was allocated this year in one-off reconciliation spending. Every year for decades to come. If the Pentagon isn't even planning to max out its budget request for procuring critical munitions in the short term, why on earth should our adversaries take any talk of long-term missile defense seriously? Likewise, why should they take American air power seriously if we're only willing to develop 6th-generation stealth fighters for the Air Force, but not for the Navy? What good are multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers if we're not prepared to equip them with aircraft that can survive modern warfare? At home and abroad, I'm concerned that too many of the President's advisors are unwilling to acknowledge the gap between his stated priorities and what they're prepared to invest to achieve them. If you ask me, the name on the front door at the Pentagon matters a great deal less than whether the services inside are equipped and prepared to deter and win wars. And we're facing real, glaring gaps in critical capabilities. The ink was barely dry on the one big, beautiful bill when senior Pentagon officials began to report to my colleagues and I on the Appropriations Committee that they still face significant funding shortfalls. Given the high pace of operations in the Middle East and in the Western Hemisphere, it's safe to assume these costs are only going to continue to rise. So, Mr. President, there's a lot going on around this building. But soon, I hope our colleagues will have an opportunity to go on record in favor of investing in peace through strength. We'll have a chance to put our money where our mouth is on reestablishing deterrence and rebuilding the force required to back it up. Our investments in the common defense are a signal of our national resolve. When the American people spoke last November, I don't think they meant for their leaders to mail in a third year of anemic Biden-era top lines. I don't think the president assembled his policy and budget advisors with a mind to punt in the face of looming threats. When he hired civilian Pentagon leaders to restore deterrence, I think he meant more than just threatening adversaries with a catchy line on camera. I think he meant building the force that threatens them with its very existence. So the administration wants a Trump buildup, then let's build one. And once Democrat shutdown is over, let's start with serious, increased, full-year investments in our national defense.
Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, America is now in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. 2 in 3 Americans oppose it. Democrats are holding the American people hostage. They're demanding $1.5 trillion in new spending, and that's just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. Well, that amounts to $48 billion a day. Here's what the Democrats are demanding. They're demanding more taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. At the same time, they're taking away money from vulnerable hospitals in rural communities in my state and in yours. Under Joe Biden, Democrats opened our borders. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across. Under Chuck Schumer, Democrats have now closed the government. They did it to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding the repeal of the $50 billion of rural hospital funds. This has been set aside as a lifesaver for our small community hospitals. That's who this fund has been set up to help, like the one I was at last week in Pinedale, Wyoming. It's our first hospital in the county ever. The closest hospital is 85 miles away. This is a needed, vital resource in rural Wyoming. In addition, Democrats are demanding $350 billion in permanent new spending for Biden's bonus COVID payments. They created these payments in 2021. They promised they would be temporary. They said they're there for the COVID emergency only. They extended them once so they would end at the end of this year. Clearly, COVID is over. And now they want these Biden bonus COVID payments to become permanent, to go on forever. These payments are riddled with waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. We have seen it. We have documented evidence. Unlike most insurance, there are no premiums, there are no deductibles, and Democrats also removed the income limit. The money goes straight from the government to the insurance companies. The bill goes directly to the hardworking American taxpayers. The Democrats' price to reopen the government are all of those things I've mentioned, plus more. What we are doing as Republicans is proposing to reopen the government for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. The House has already passed it. Republicans and Democrats have voted for it in the House and in the Senate. President Trump is ready to sign it. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to reopen the government. We have voted repeatedly over the past several days. Each time, a few level-headed Democrats have joined Republicans in the vote. It is time for more Democrats to join us today. There's only one person standing in the way, and that's the minority leader. He's holding the American people hostage. He fears retribution from the radical socialist left. Easy to see why. The radical socialist left, including Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, AOC, they have become the Democrat leaders in this shutdown. They're the ones running the party. While the government is stuck in this Schumer shutdown, the people paying the price are the American families. Veterans will face longer wait times for appointments. Members of the military and border patrol agents, they'll continue to protect our nation. They'll do it without pay. Some wildfire prevention, which is critical this time of year, will stop. Wildland firefighters will remain on the job unpaid. Mothers will lose access to vital programs that help feed their children. Sick patients on Medicare and Medicaid may lose home health care services. Small business owners will not receive new federal loans because the Small Business Administration is unable during a shutdown to process them. The American people all across this country are feeling the pain of the Schumer shutdown. Their request is simple. They're asking Senate Democrats to do what they've done 13 times under Joe Biden, to vote for a clean, continuing resolution that will reopen the government. All it takes are a few more Democrats, people who are willing to put the country first. We're about to vote today on another clean, continuing resolution, like the Democrats did 13 times when Joe Biden was in the White House, and that's the one to reopen the government. Republicans are going to vote for it. Democrats have the opportunity today, in just a few short minutes, to do the right thing for the American people. Let's see if they do. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. It's the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in the quorum call?
Yes.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, here we go again. 3 days ago, Democrats voted against a stopgap spending bill that would keep government open for the benefit of 320 million American citizens. But because they voted against it, we're now in a government shutdown, something that should be of profound embarrassment to them, as it is to the rest of us who believe we were sent here to govern, not to shut down the government and deny our own constituents access to the services that government necessarily provides in some cases. Now, if you listen to the media, not all the media, but some of the media, particularly the sympathetic left-wing media, you might think otherwise. But make no mistake about it, the blame for this government shutdown lies squarely on the Senate Democrats' shoulders. 3 Democrats voted to reopen the government the last time we voted. And other Democrats, we need 5 more, will have a chance to vote here in just a few minutes to reopen the government and to stop this charade. But the facts of the matter are pretty straightforward. The reason we're in a government shutdown is because Senate Democrats refused to vote for what's known around here as a clean continuing resolution, a clean CR. As I mentioned, this is a stopgap procedure, so we can then finish the work of the appropriations bills by November and hopefully pass bipartisan funding bills that will last for the remainder of the fiscal year, while we're doing other important work as well, hopefully a national defense authorization bill, hopefully other important legislation. So why hold 320 Americans hostage by denying them the benefits that their government is providing by shutting down the government? Why in the world would you do that? Well, I think primarily what this is because our friends on the other side of the aisle are afraid of their base supporters. We know last time the Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, the senator from New York, agreed to a short-term CR, as we did 13 previous times, because it's a stopgap spending bill. The last time he agreed to a continuing resolution, he was pummeled by his Democratic base. And he's worried that if he does that again without shutting down the government, without showing some fight, that he will be ousted out of his position as a Democratic leader and maybe even defeated in his next primary election by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. But let's consider the consequences of the shutdown for some of the most vulnerable Americans, our seniors who rely on the Medicare Hospital at Home program and telehealth. Because of the government shutdown, CMS no longer has the authority to reimburse certain telehealth services. Now, most of us were not particularly acquainted with telehealth before COVID, but Congress decided to reimburse healthcare providers for providing virtual visits with your doctors. And in some cases, that's all people needed access to. So it's an important adjunct or supplement to our healthcare delivery system. But that's no longer available because of the shutdown. This will have particularly severe impact on patients without access to reliable transportation, who will not be able to see their doctor unless they can get access to telehealth. Additionally, providers who participated in the Medicare Hospital at Home program no longer have the authority to deliver inpatient-level care in patients' homes. I know we're all concerned about the cost of health care, but if you can treat people in their homes, it's obviously a better place for the patient and it's less costly health care. But that authority expired with the shutdown of the federal government. This means some of our most vulnerable Americans, sick and bedridden seniors, have been left without care or were unexpectedly forced to be transported to overcrowded hospitals when it may not be in their best interest to actually engage in that transport. But that's just an example of the real-life consequences of this unnecessary shutdown imposed on the American people by Senate Democrats, holding the American people hostage for their partisan political demands, which I'll get to in a moment. Democrats want America to believe that this is about health care. Well, they know that the particular health care benefits that they are most concerned about is a COVID-era plus-up of the Affordable Care Act's subsidies that were started back during the Biden administration. So even if these plussed-up benefits were to expire, people would not be denied access to the Affordable Care Act if they happen to have a policy using that particular program. So there's no imminent threat to these people or anyone else if we don't address it in the context of this shutdown. So it's a made-up crisis. We know that these provisions expire at the end of this calendar year, and there will be time, and we will take the time to deal with those as we should. But based on many of the stories of waste, fraud, and abuse associated with these plussed-up COVID-era Biden subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, there's an important reason why we should take our time and look at these and reform them where necessary. And that's what we intend to do. If Senate Democrats really cared about ensuring the most vulnerable patients in America got access to health care, they would never have shut down the government. This shutdown is obviously not about health care if they're actually making health care worse by shutting down the government. It is simply a way for the Democratic leader to posture at length for his far-left progressive base. It's unconscionable, if you think about it. The Democrats are holding the American people hostage, and some of the very people they claim to be helping get access to health care. Yet they are framing it as though somehow Republicans are forcing partisan demands. But the House has already passed a continuing resolution. The only thing stopping this from making its way to President Trump's desk is a vote in the Senate. And we need 60 votes in the Senate under Senate rules. And right now, 3 Democrats have joined with virtually all Republicans to vote for this continuing resolution, which only will take us to November the 20th to give us time to do the other appropriations bills that I mentioned a moment ago. But the reason why I call the Democrats' demand a partisan wish list is because they're asking for the sun and the moon. First of all, starting with their proposal. Anybody listening is reminded of the fact that we just recently passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, since rebranded to the Working Families Tax Cut Act. But the proposal made by the Democrats in their alternative continuing resolution says they want to repeal it. They want to repeal the One Big Beautiful Bill, which cut taxes for every American, doubled the child tax credit, provided innumerable benefits, to the American people, primarily by avoiding about a $3,000 tax increase per family. They want to repeal it. One of the provisions we made in that bill was to limit illegal aliens' access to Medicaid, because some states were gaming the Medicaid program. Not to get bogged down in the details too much, but this is a state-federal program, and under the Affordable Care Act, the federal government pays 90% of the Medicaid. Now, Democrats say, well, it's illegal to provide free health care to illegal aliens under existing law, and it is. But what Democrats were doing in places like California, they were using that 10% state share to fund health care services for illegal aliens. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, put an end to that. So Democrats want to repeal that bill. They also want to repeal the $50 billion Rural Health Care Stabilization Fund. Texas is a big state. We got urban areas, we got suburbs, and we got rural areas. And we need to make sure that people living in rural areas, or certainly outside of urban and suburban areas, get access to health care. And one of the things we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill is provide a $50 billion stabilization fund to make sure they could get access to health care. But Democrats want to give that away. They want to repeal that bill in its entirety. Well, I've heard Democrats on TV and on social media say, we don't want to provide free health care to illegal aliens. But again, this is the provision that they want to change. They want to repeal this provision, alien Medicaid eligibility, which limited the ability to game the Medicaid program, the state contribution to a state federal share program, to fund health care for illegal aliens. Now, we know that there's a lot of reasons why people come to the country, our country, illegally. Many are drawn because they want to work. We understand they want a better life. We understand that, but the right way to do that is through legal channels, not through illegal channels. But one of the magnets that draws people to come to the country is access to taxpayer-provided free benefits, like free health care. But the states like California that game the Medicaid system are the worst offenders when it comes to providing free access to health care using this Medicaid program. But this is a provision that Democrats now want to repeal. The prohibition we passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act. What's more, Democrats are asking us to spend billions of dollars in new spending because they won't vote for a stopgap spending measure. So we know that the Affordable Care Act subsidies, in other words, Obamacare, is enormously expensive. I won't spend much time here talking about the false promises upon which Obamacare was sold. If you like your policy, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And actually, the claim that it will lower health care expenditures, none of that was true. And Democrats want to put those subsidies on steroids through the Biden-era COVID supercharged subsidy program. And they want to do it not just temporarily, they want to do it for the next 10 years, which will result in hundreds of billions, even $1 trillion plus of new spending. Now, one of the things that we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill was we passed $400 billion in deficit reduction. Why is that important? Because Our country now owes roughly $37 trillion. We're $37 trillion in debt. And if we don't do something about that, we're going to be in deep trouble in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we pay more money on interest on the national debt than we do on defense in a very dangerous world. That is unsustainable, and that is dangerous. But the Democrats want to forget all that and spend hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending on a short-term, 9-week stopgap spending measure. And they say, if you won't agree with us, we're going to shut down the government. The kind of spending Democrats have asked for would effectively erase all the savings we achieved through the common sense spending reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is unconscionable that Senate Democrats are hurting the American people because they want more spending for their pet programs. And yet they're framing it as though Republicans are the ones forcing partisan demands. That's false. All we're asking them to do is to keep the government open and pass a short-term continuing resolution that's already been passed by the House of Representatives. The Democratic leader said 2 days ago on the floor, he said, Republicans have tried to stick us with a partisan CR that fails to protect American health care. 3 days ago, the vice chair of the Appropriations Bill said, instead of talking with us about addressing health care, Republicans decided to pass a partisan continuing resolution. Again, that's false. They said they don't want to fund illegal aliens. They said it's a partisan continuing resolution we insist on. Both of those are false. The continuing resolution proposed by Republicans has already passed the House of Representatives. It does not include partisan demands. If Democrats do not want to pass a clean continuing resolution, what are they proposing? Well, a partisan continuing resolution, and I've talked about some of the provisions. The alternative continuing resolution that Democrats are proposing would not only repeal the One Big Beautiful Bill effectively, but they make other partisan demands on top of that. The Democratic CR would eliminate provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that are critical to putting our fiscal condition back on track, as I mentioned a moment ago. In the Medicaid program, we tightened eligibility. We added work requirements for able-bodied adults. We required stricter eligibility reporting and ensured that illegal immigrants do not get free health care benefits. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a critical step toward ensuring that Medicaid is there for the people who truly need it, the elderly, children, the disabled, not able-bodied adults. Democrats have claimed over and over again they're not attempting to fund health care for illegal aliens, but as I've demonstrated, that's not true. Their proposed continuing resolution repeals the exact provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that prevented illegal aliens from receiving those benefits. Just for those who want to read it for themselves, this is Section 2141 of the Democrats' proposed continuing resolution. It strikes Section 71109 of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is a provision that limits eligibility requirement and federal payments to states that allow medical assistance for illegal aliens. Medicaid has always been intended to be a lifeline to the most vulnerable Americans when it comes to their health insurance. But over the last decades, it's become bloated with waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot continue to serve the most vulnerable Americans for whom Medicaid was originally designed if we're going to be subsidizing other people like able-bodied adults who should be capable of contributing themselves. Further, extending these subsidies without reform will continue contributing to the ballooning costs of health care, now roughly 18% of our entire economy. This is the same problem we've had with ballooning costs in higher education. The more the government subsidizes, the more bloated that industry becomes, and consequently, the providers raise prices and those services become less affordable to ordinary middle-class Americans who would not otherwise rely on government benefits. The Republican reforms to Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill put the most vulnerable Americans first. But Democrats have refused to vote for a clean continuing resolution and instead demanded that Republicans repeal these monumental reforms before allowing the lights to stay on. Democrats are also demanding to extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which is really Obamacare on steroids, which don't even expire until the end of this year. We will get to that, believe me, before the end of the year. But to hold this short-term stopgap spending bill hostage is really unconscionable. To anyone who says that Republicans are proposing a partisan continuing resolution while Democrats are doing everything they can to keep the government open, I hope I've made it clear that the reality is just the opposite. Republicans do not want a shutdown. Shutdowns don't benefit anybody. And the same problem that caused the government to shut down is there staring you in the face when government is reopened. I think we've learned that from hard experience. A poison pill-packed continuing resolution is simply not the solution. So I hope we can get 5 more Democrats to join 3 other Democrats who've already voted to keep the government open to vote this afternoon in just a few minutes and reopen the government for the benefit of all Americans. Yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to speak up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here on the floor today to ask for unanimous consent to pass a very important resolution that I try to move forward every year. It's my Choose Respect Day resolution. I want to thank Senator Schiff for being my lead co-sponsor on the other side of the aisle. And it's to kick off also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Now, Madam President, as a former AG, like myself, this is really important to me, my state. I come down on the floor a lot to brag about the great state of Alaska in so many different areas. But this is one area where I don't like to brag about Alaska because there's not much to brag about. We have some of the highest rates of domestic violence, of sexual assault of any place in the country. Really bad. So when I was Attorney General a number of years ago, the governor and I launched this big initiative called the Choose Respect Initiative. We changed the laws. We made perpetrators really pay if they were going to commit these heinous crimes in Alaska. We got funding for lawyers and resources. We got different services, and we had ads all over TV in Alaska about choosing respect. Real Alaska men choose respect. They don't commit these heinous acts. They don't hit their girlfriend. They don't do any of that kind of horrible stuff. And started to work in my state, Madam President, to change the culture, which wasn't a good culture up in Alaska. We're still doing that, so when I came to the Senate, I really wanted to continue this work. Really important work. It's been bipartisan to try to change the culture in our country. We have very, very high rates, too high rates of domestic violence and sexual assault in many places in America. And we should all be focused on making sure the next generation of young men don't do that. So one of the ways in which we've done that, Madam President, is my POWER Act, which has been to get pro bono legal services for domestic violence survivors and victims. This is an innovative idea that we started in Alaska, brought here to the Senate. The POWER Act now has had over 61,000 attorneys across America provide pro bono legal assistance to survivors. 61,000. That was from a bill here we had on the Senate floor. These are the kind of things we can do in the Senate, in the Congress, to address this very significant challenge in my state, but across the country. So this resolution, Madam President, builds on what we're doing across the board on many of the different Choose Respect initiatives that I've brought to the Congress in a bipartisan way over the years. It calls upon all of us to mark Choose Respect Day by teaching our youth about healthy relationships, supporting survivors, honoring those we've lost, and recommitting ourselves to the fundamental truth that every person deserves to live in freedom from violence and fear. The call to choose respect is simple but powerful. If we live by it, not just on October 1st, as the resolution calls for, we can break the cycle of abuse, strengthen families, and build a safer, more respectful country. And I think at this point, right now in our nation's history, we could all use that. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Together, let's honor survivors, remember victims, and choose respect in all we do. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 431, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 431, supporting the goals and objectives of Choose Respect Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that my next comments be listed in the congressional record in a different place from my previous comments.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm very hopeful that my colleagues here will move forward on this bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution so we can get our government open again. I do want to just explain to the American people and maybe some of our friends in the media a little dirty secret that's going on down here on the Senate floor. A lot of my Democratic colleagues are getting frustrated. Not with us. Not with us. We've had 3 already cross over and vote with us. There's a lot more who want to do it, Madam President. They're frustrated because they know we got to reopen the government. They know this is the way to do it. A simple, bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution. We've been doing this all the time here in the Senate. We've done it over 10 times during the Biden administration on the Republican side, but there's frustration. And I'll give you my sense of why there's frustration on the Democratic side, Madam President. Usually in this place, when you run for leader, Democrat leader, Republican leader, and you're in leadership, there's kind of a unwritten rule that the leader will protect the broader membership and broader members. On votes and different things, that's kind of what leadership is about. This is the first time I've seen in my entire time here in the U.S. Senate where on the Democrat side, the broader membership seems to be protecting just the leader. We all know why. He's worried about his left flank, worried about getting primaried, so that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting frustrated. Not with us. They know this is the right way to do it. They're getting frustrated because they think they're having to protect their leader, which isn't the way it works. It's supposed to work here. The minority leader previously called blocking a clean bipartisan CR to get bigger demands from their side, quote, political idiocy. Well, Madam President, what we're viewing right now is a lot of political idiocy coming from the other side, and my colleagues on the Democratic side are really starting to get frustrated. Not with us, but with their own leader. So I'm hoping on this vote in the next hour or so, for the American people, for the institution of the U.S. Senate, we have a couple more Democrat senators who have the courage to break with the political idiocy that we're seeing right now on their side. Vote with us, reopen the government. They know it's the right thing to do. I hope that happens. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of it.
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines.
Sure. Happy to.
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Lujan, Shaheen. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Miss Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Yield the floor. No.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blount-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion. To invoke.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, you guys can go. No.
I'm a no.
You're a no, thank you. Bennett. I did get you, thank you. Thank you, I got you. Ms. Cantwell.
Oh, no, I'm yes. Okay, Scott.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Blumenthal. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo.
Got it.
Yep.
Marshall.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. I didn't mean. That's all right. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mrs. Shaheen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Okay.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read and the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider the in-block nominations listed in SRS 412.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nominations on block.
Nominations, calendar number 62, Paul Atkins of Virginia to be a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the names be considered read.
Without objection.
And I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of SRES 412 from the 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar numbers 62, 86, 92, 126, 127, 128, 143, 155, 158.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Signed by 17 senators as follows.
And I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block: calendar number 77 S180, calendar number 79 S419, calendar number 80 S539, calendar 82 S1316, and calendar 83 S1563. Further, that the committee reported substitute amended to Senate Bill 1563 be agreed to, and the committee reported amendment for S1316 be agreed to, that the committee reported substitute amendment for S539 be withdrawn, and the Corden substitute amendment at the desk to S539 be agreed to. Finally, that the bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time, passed in block, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, all in block. Mr. President, I rise to request unanimous consent here on the bills that were just mentioned to call up and pass this year's Police Week bills. These are bipartisan bills. These are common sense. And most importantly, particularly in light of recent events, and you can turn on the television right now and see what I'm talking about, they would give this chamber the chance to demonstrate its commitment to the men and women who wear the badge and to the laws they serve to protect. This is not a time to mince words or blur lines. This is a time to speak clearly with full moral force. In cities across the country, our law enforcement officers are beset from below and above. From below on our streets, they face an emboldened criminal element and a resurgence of organized political violence. From above, in the halls of power, they face a political class which seems hell-bent on undermining and attacking them at every turn. We have watched this unfold for years now. The press has smeared and defamed our police officers, seeking to incite hatred and violence against them. Fringe academic ideas about defunding police and shuttering prisons have moved from the classroom to the courtroom to the legislature and then to codified laws. Riots, lawsuits, slashed budgets, malicious lies blared through the largest megaphones in our country. Time and time again, the system has sided with the criminal over the cop, the looter over the law. The result of this system could be seen in unprecedented waves of violence that ravaged our cities in the wake of the George Floyd riots in 2020. It can still be seen today on the streets of cities overtaken by Antifa. These are not rhetorical or theoretical concerns. We watched it happen in real time. It is not the product of social conditions or inequity or systematic this or that. It is the inevitable result of a civilization that's lost its moral nerve. A civilization that is too racked by guilt to punish its criminals, to enforce its laws, or to confront its enemies, even when those enemies are beating police officers and firebombing federal buildings right before our eyes. When a government loses the ability or the will to defend its own cities, its own institutions, its own people, then it ceases to be a government worthy of its name. The path back to justice is simple. It requires laws like the ones we are going to consider here today. It requires protecting the people who protect us, like the bill to equip first responders with protective gear against fentanyl exposure, keeping them safe from the very poisons they're trying to fight. It requires ensuring that our police officers are healthy in body and in spirit, like the bill to reauthorize critical mental health services for cops and their families. Every single year, more police officers die by suicide than die in the line of duty. This is profoundly a policy failure and one that is on us to fix. It requires hunting down the predators who seek to prey upon our kids from the darkest recesses of the internet, like the bill to reauthorize and modernize the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This bill funds and enhances our ability to catch and convict the very worst kinds of criminals, those who target and abuse children. It requires building strong police departments with officers who know the neighborhoods and the people that they protect, like our bill to send local recruits to police academies if they agree to serve in the precincts in their own communities. And it requires wisdom and experience, like the bill to give state and local agencies the ability to rehire retired officers in civilian law enforcement roles. If you stand on the side of justice and our first responders, these votes should be simple and easy. With that, Mr. President, I'd ask we move forward.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request?
I'm going to reserve the right to object.
Senator from New Jersey.
I'm really grateful that this is one of the areas where we have a lot of bipartisan support, because this body, I would say unanimously, believes that we have to do more to help local law enforcement. I see it in my state. We have real challenges with recruitment, challenges with officers who are in incredibly stressful situations for their mental health, and even empowering officers to be able to do their job, which is a job that everyone wants our officers to do. I say this all the time. If you polled my city, which is majority minority city, majority African American city, and asked them, hey, do you want more police, less police, or the same amount of police? Undeniably, they would want more law enforcement. And when I talk to the law enforcement officers in not just my city, but up and down the state, they want more resources. It's why I have multiple bills to actually fund our police departments around our country, specifically in New Jersey, to empower them on everything from closing out murder investigations all the way to mental health. In fact, the legislation that's being brought forward, it's right, it's a bipartisan legislation. I am the co-sponsor of some of the bills that we have right now on the floor. We should be united in this body, all 100 of us, to stand up for public safety and to fund our police, get them the resources and the equipment that they need to do their job. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening. President Trump, through an arbitrary executive order, has told this body that your intentions will not be followed. The legislation that is being proposed today, the president has already said, those DOJ grants will not go to certain states: Illinois, California, New York, New Jersey, that they are not eligible for these grant programs. That's not a bipartisan way of going about it. That's singling out certain states over other states. That's actually defunding the police departments in certain states for other states when you say these states that have gotten many of these grants in years past can no longer get them. None of us in this body should support that. All of us in this body should join together and say, when Congress passes a grant program, the President of the United States cannot arbitrarily decide which states receive those grants and which states don't. I feel a driving sense of urgency that we must support our police officers. They are facing greater and newer challenges in this country. I feel a deep urgency to support mental health issues in particular, because I lost one of my dear childhood friends who died by suicide in uniform. I want to make a simple adjustment to this legislation. Very simple. And what it would do is basically say that when this body has approved these grant programs, the president can't undermine the founder's intention that we hold the purse strings, that the president can't undermine that, and these grants have to go out as Congress intended them. That's all I'm asking from my colleague across the aisle. It's all I'm asking from this body, is that we together say we need to get resources for police officers in all of our country. We shouldn't be picking out some departments and not others. This is just simply making sure that this is a bipartisan effort to fund local police officers. And so I ask my colleagues to pass these bills as I amend them so that we can refocus on the urgent work of reopening the government and then providing all law enforcement agencies with the resources they need, ensuring every law enforcement agency has a fair opportunity to secure funding to support their work, to support the men and women, to support their sacred and noble duties. We should work in a bipartisan way. And so I ask that the consent be modified such that my amendments to S-180, S-419, S-539, S-1316, and S-1563, which are at the desk, also be agreed to with all the other provisions that my colleague is asking for remain intact so that we can fund all of police and stop our president's attempt to defund police departments in blue states.
Is there objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, let's be clear about what this provision does for my friend from New Jersey. It's an attempt to throw a lifeline to these sanctuary cities that are openly defying the law. In order to receive federal grant dollars, you can't withhold information from federal law enforcement. That's what they're doing. That's what it means to be a sanctuary city. What you're saying is we're not going to work with ICE or any other federal agency because we want to protect illegal immigrants in our cities. That's what's happening. That's deeply unpopular with the American people. And that's why the president has taken his action to try to get these cities to come along and be part of the program with the rest of the country to say, we're all going to work together to keep our communities safe. This provision is a direct attempt to undermine the Trump administration to do that and their renewed enforcement of our immigration laws. I know some people got used to the last 4 years where 20 million people came here illegally and federal law enforcement was handcuffed by the Biden administration to actually enforce our immigration laws. So much so that the rhetoric that had been exhibited for that time now is carried over. And you see fire bombings, you see attacks on ICE officials, attempts to dox them, to destroy their families and their reputations, their finances, because they've been led to believe by many with the loudest microphones that somehow everyone's entitled to be here for as long as they want, that our laws don't matter, that borders are arbitrary lines on a map and we're all global citizens. And the white papers from the 60s and the 70s found their way into the halls of the highest offices in government. In the Biden administration, these Ivy League grads who wrote these white papers or read these white papers or indoctrinated by these white papers were suddenly in charge. Well, there's a new sheriff in town who actually believes in law and order. And so I would hope that city leaders who defy our federal laws shouldn't be entitled to federal tax dollars. Federal grant dollars are not entitlements. They're not unconditional welfare for the far-left activists. If you want federal funds, you have to comply with federal law. Sanctuary cities are in open defiance of federal law. They actively prohibit their officials from cooperating with federal immigration officers. They release violent offenders, suppress gang databases, and do everything in their power to prevent the men and women of law enforcement from enforcing our laws. That's what they're doing in sanctuary cities right now. Every one of the Police Week bills that I've offered for unanimous consent, and my friend from New Jersey is indeed a co-sponsor of, are very, very bipartisan. I can't actually believe we're in a place that we're going to be holding up that kind of bipartisan legislation when you see the violence against law enforcement officers in our country every single day. This is a lifeline to them, the help that they need, not just to do their jobs, but to be able to seek the services so they can be healthy physically and mentally. So let's be clear about what's happening. And my friend has, a few moments here to reconsider this. These are common sense. And if anything from last November we could take away, is that the American people voted for a return to common sense. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the original request? Senator from New Jersey.
Yeah, I just, again, I have so much respect for my colleague. I want to respond to some of the things he said because, again, I just want to affirm that he is right on the urgency to help our police officers. He is right that states should abide by federal law that passes from this body. But what we have now is a president in his first term that didn't ever try something like this, which is undermining the will of Congress. This is really unprecedented. That has never happened. Republican president, Democratic president, including Donald Trump's first term, where he suddenly said, I'm going to turn off the spigot of support to local law enforcement agencies because I don't agree with your policies. I think that's a threat to the independence of our branch of government. I think that that is, in so many ways, violative of our shared values on both sides of the aisle. But let me go further than that. What the president is doing is saying, not only am I going to stop funding from going to the state of New Jersey, I'm going to go to red counties in New Jersey, red counties in California. I actually went out and talked to people, Republican legislators in states, Republican police officers, Republican union leader told me this as well, and he says, this is ridiculous. He said, this is insane. That we would hold grants back from the entire state. He goes, I don't agree with Democrats' policies, but we're out here putting our lives on the line, and Republicans in Congress want to stop resources coming to our police departments? One of the union leaders said to me that my guys are out there sacrificing their lives, and we can't get help that both sides of the aisle agree on? And so, yeah, my colleague and I disagree on domestic immigration policies. But one thing I don't agree on, because I was a mayor of a city that basically said, in order to keep my city safe, we're going to cooperate with the police department, because it was an overbroad generalization that was made on the Senate floor that we're not supporting ICE and immigration activities, because I know this up and down the state of New Jersey. Not only do we support them, but we detail officers with federal immigration enforcement. I did it when I was mayor. You want to talk about cooperation, anybody who knows local government, from the FBI to the ATF to ICE, all over New Jersey, we are cooperating with federal authorities. What we have simply said, if we're responsible for local law enforcement, we're not going to do things that create such fear in our communities that immigrant communities are afraid to come to local police to report crimes. And that somehow, not in the first term, Trump's first term, but somehow in this term of office, that's a bridge too far. Well, let me tell you right now, the way that immigration is being pursued in our neighborhoods, where masked agents are coming out of unmarked cars, are going to court appearances and schools and hospitals, my local police officers are telling me how much more dangerous this administration is making communities, because people who are victims of crime now are afraid to go to local police officers and report those crimes. And again, this is not coming from politicians in New Jersey. This is coming from law enforcement officers that have said that we've created such a climate of fear in our country that just solving crimes is getting harder and harder because people are afraid to come to the police. So yes, we have policies that say there are certain things we won't do to maintain a community of trust within our communities. So I understand there is a lot of rhetoric. I can turn on shock news and all of that, but when you talk to the law enforcement officers in many of the most Republican parts of my community, they're outraged about what's happening right now. So again, we can debate policy on immigration, but to me, for a senator to allow a president to undermine the power of the purse relegated by the Constitution to this body is outrageous. It's never been done before. Not in Trump's first term, not by Bush, not by Reagan, not by Clinton, not by Obama. We are in new territory here in our country where we see a president encroaching upon our powers, and I can't be complicit in that. Everybody in this body, I would never question any of my colleagues on either side of the aisle. We all want our local police departments to not only be able to do their job, we all actually want to have more equipment and more resources. That's why these bills are bipartisan. But how could we allow bipartisan bills passed out of the Senate to then be stopped in a partisan way by a president who is then going to choose red states and hurt blue states, even though my state has millions of Republicans who deserve to have their communities safe as well. I'm standing today just to say, let's use common sense and help our police officers together get this resources desperately needed out to our communities now, and not let this fall victim to something that wasn't even an issue in Donald Trump's first term. And so I object. I object.
Objection is heard.
Well, the shutdown melodrama continues. I love the smell of melodrama in the morning. It smells like the United States Senate. I said the other day that this shutdown is just further proof that human evolution is a slow process. This shutdown, what you're witnessing now, is just further proof of why it took human beings thousands of years to learn how to stand upright. This shutdown is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Some shutdowns are based on policy. Some shutdowns are based on politics. Some shutdowns are based on a combination of both. This one is pure. It's pure as ivory snow. This shutdown is based on politics. Let me tell you what's going on. I believe in a two-party system, Mr. President. Why? Because two parties create competition. And competition makes all of us better. It does. The Democratic Party, the opposite of my party, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party is competing within itself right now. And there is a distinct wing of the Democratic Party that is winning that competition. If I wanted to use a pejorative expression, I would call it the loon wing of the party. The loon wing of the Democratic Party. Or you might call it the Bolshevik wing of the Democratic Party. I think a more accurate description is to call it the socialist wing of the Democratic Party. I think that's fair. Now, I'm not saying that all of my Democratic friends are socialists. But there's clearly a wing of the Democratic Party that can only be described accurately as the socialist wing of the party. And that party is in ascendancy. That party is in control. Now, my friend Senator Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the United States Senate. And he, of course, has instructed his colleagues to vote to shut down government.
And Senator Schumer has been criticized for that, and I understand. I don't agree with him. I think he made a mistake. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the leader of this effort. I don't. I think Senator Schumer, like many of his colleagues, would like to be loved by everybody in the party, and he would like to be loved by the socialist wing of his party. And I do think that's part of what is motivating this shutdown, and that's why I say it's all about politics. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the person in charge, because Senator Schumer is not the leader of the socialist wing of his party. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is. She's running the show. It was no accident the other day the Congresswoman let it slip. She said, if you really want to negotiate an end of this shutdown, come see me. Come see me. And I think any fair-minded person has to look right now and say that the two leading members, the quarterback, the two leading members of the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, the quarterback is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Now, her substitute is Senator Bernie Sanders. But I think it's the Congresswoman who's calling these shots. Now, Mr. President, I don't hate anybody. I've said that repeatedly, and I mean it. I like all of my colleagues. I look for grace wherever I can find it. When I say my prayers, I do. Every single time, I ask God, don't let me hate, because it's hard sometimes. It's hard up here. But I do. I say, God, don't let me hate. And I certainly don't hate Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I want to make that very clear. She has the right to her opinion. She has the right to try to have the socialists take over the Democratic Party. That's the American way. Ironically, I think what she's doing is anti-American, but she has the right as an American to do it, so I don't hate her. But I judge her by her policy. She has her opinion, and I have mine. And I have to judge her candidly by her policy. Here is what the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, led by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, has said to the American people and to the United States Congress and the Republicans in Congress. If you Republicans don't agree to make the federal government $1.5 trillion, not $1 million, not $1 billion, $1.5 trillion bigger, we're going to shut government down. Well, of course we said no. I'm not going to vote for that. My mother didn't raise a fool. And as I've said before, if she did, it was one of my brothers. I'm never going to vote for that. Now, where do I come up with this figure of $1.5 trillion? Well, the first thing that the socialists and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is asking us to do is to repeal the health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We just passed them. Here it is, Subtitle B, Health in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, we didn't cut Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill. In fact, under our bill, Medicaid is going to increase 2% a year over the next 10 years. Now, what we did by reforming Medicaid, which Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez wants us to reverse, we cut out the waste and the fraud. For example, we found out that there are, no kidding, I'm not just making this up, we found out that there are 2.8 million people on Medicaid who are double dipping in America. They're either signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and Mississippi, double dipping, or they're signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and they're signing up for the Obamacare subsidies. That's called cheating. Our bill would put an end to that. and it would save about $140 billion on 10 years. The socialist wing of the Democratic Party and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez want us to reverse that. The second thing we did in our health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill is to say you've got to stop lying when you apply for Medicaid. Under President Obama, we had virtually no eligibility checks. People could walk in and the Medicaid folks would say, how much do you make a year? And they could say $30,000 a year. And they'd say, okay, you qualify. Now, I trust people. I've said it before on this floor. I play cards with my friends all the time. They're friends. I cut the cards anyway. We have found, for example, just in Louisiana, we did a statistical sample of the people on Medicaid in Louisiana. Our auditors found 1,600 people on Medicaid making $100,000 a year or more. That's cheating. So our bill put an end to that. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of the Democratic Party want us to put it back. They want to let people cheat. What else are the socialists asking for in this $1.5 trillion? Well, they're saying we don't want people who can work to work. We put a provision in our bill that the Congresswoman and the socialist wing of her party want us to take out that says, look, if you're between the ages of 19 and 64 and you're able-bodied, we're not talking about a mother with a sick child in her arms, you're able-bodied, you're perfectly healthy, and you don't have any dependent kids at home, then if you qualify based on income, we'll give you Medicaid, but you have to work. You have to work 20 hours a week or go to school 20 hours a week or do community service 20 hours a week. Because the free enterprise system, jobs, have done more to lift people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. That's what's called a work requirement. What's wrong with that? Those who can't work should work. Our welfare programs were meant to be bridges, not parking lots. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of her party want us to reverse all of that. What else do they want us to do? Well, they're upset at us over the Affordable Care Act. Now, let me tell you what all this is about with the Affordable Care Act. Under Obamacare, if you are a low-income American, you're entitled to Medicaid. If you are a middle-income American, you have a job, then chances are you get insurance through your employer. Most people do. But if you're in the middle, you make a little more money than the poverty level, but you can't get insurance through your employer, we provide what's called the Obamacare exchanges. So when we talk about the Obamacare subsidies, that's what we're talking about. It's about 24 million people. And it was meant for lower income people. Up until 2019, it was all for low income people. And then in 2019, without any Republican votes, President Obama said, look, we're in a pandemic. We're going to raise the limit. We're going to say there are no income limits on Obamacare paid for by the taxpayer. We've got 24 million people on Obamacare. When they raised the limits, you can make any amount of money and still get a subsidy. That added about 1.6 million people on Obamacare. Obamacare was meant for people who make from roughly $30,000 a year to $130,000 a year, families of four. Now, because President Biden raised the cap, we've got people making $600,000 a year, $150,000 a year, families making $200,000 a year, getting subsidies from the American taxpayer. Why? Because they said we needed it in the pandemic. The pandemic is over. And that's why the Democrats, when they passed the bill, put in a provision that says at the end of this year, those extra subsidies are going to end. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez says no. Until you agree to let them continue, to let anybody at any income level get subsidies, we're going to shut government down. That's their third demand. And that is part of the $1.5 trillion. And finally, of course, the Congresswoman is saying we want you to give $500 billion, not $500,000, not $500 million, $500 billion. We want you to give $500 billion to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting because we like what they say. Well, we just eliminated money for all forms of media in the Affordable Care Act. Now, those are the demands. Those are the demands. I'll mention one more. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez got very, very upset, as did the socialist wing of her party, when the president sent over what's called a rescission package. Basically, President Trump just said, we want you to take some stuff out of the budget that we think is wasteful. And we did. And that upset the Congresswoman. She's entitled to be upset if she wants to. But that really upset the socialist wing of the party. And so we took out, and here's what they want us to put back in. We found that under President Biden, they were spending $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. We took that out. The Congresswoman says, we're going to shut down government until you put that back in. We found $500,000 of American taxpayer money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. That was in the budget under President Biden. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in. I'll just read you a few more that we took out. They are demanding we put back in. $6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia. $4.2 million. We took it out. The Congresswoman and the socialist wing of their party says we've got to put that back in for the open government. $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda. I could spend the rest of the afternoon here. We took all that out. It upset Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It upset the socialist wing of her party. And now that wing of her party and the Congresswoman are threatening all other Democrats and saying, you've got to shut that government down until we get what we want. And part of what they want is to add this kind of stuff back into the bill. And that's what this fight is all about. We're in the process of negotiating a budget with our Democratic friends. We ran out of time. The cutoff was midnight Tuesday night. That's when the clock struck midnight and the budget ran out. What we had asked for and what we're still asking for is let's continue to negotiate, we meaning the Republicans and the Democrats, for 6 more weeks and try to agree on a budget. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for any additional appropriations, any conditions, any stipulations. All we're asking for is what we call a clean CR. All we're asking for is just further negotiate. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who has done a stellar job in rising to the leadership of her party, as a member of the socialist wing. They're about to elect a socialist mayor of New York. I think Mr. Mamdani's going to win. They have said to our request, let's just continue the status quo for 6 more weeks. They said, we'll give you 6 more weeks if you will give us $1.5 trillion. That's what they're demanding. And that's why we're shut down. Now, let me say it again, Mr. President. I don't hate anybody. This is America. I sure don't hate the Congresswoman. She is entitled to her opinion, but I'm entitled to mine. And she can criticize my policy positions, but I'm entitled to criticize hers. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. President, in front of God and country, based on her policy positions that she's demanding, based on her policy positions that she is demanding, that I just outlined, $1.5 trillion of pure, unadulterated spending porn. Based on that demand, based on her policy positions, the American people are looking at her and saying, this person has single-handedly put an end to dumb blonde jokes. Because that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Based on her policy positions, $1.5 trillion of this kind of spending porn, the American people are looking at the Congresswoman and saying, with respect, she must be bilingual. She must speak English and stupid. And that's why we're not agreeing to it. Now, I know every one of my Democratic colleagues, and I know more than half of them know better. They know what we're asking for is reasonable. I'm just asking them to meet us halfway. We're not asking for any additional provisions. They shouldn't ask for any additional provisions. And let us just open back up and continue to negotiate for 6 weeks. Don't be scared of the Congresswoman. Don't be scared of the socialist wing of your party. I suggest the absence of a quorum. Request, Mr. President, only because Tony asked me to. I'm supposed to read this, Tony? Okay, you've proofed it. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 o'clock p.m. on Monday, October 6th. You check those dates, Tony? That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of Cal 115 S2296. Finally, that the cloture motions filed during Friday's session of the Senate ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, Mr. President, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.